Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. How is everyone today? Let's see. Hi, Jose. Hey, Fabrico. Is that Shammy? Hey, Papaway. Hey, Lucas. Hey, Rick. Hey, Kevin and Thomas and Martin. Hey, PF Dennis. Hey, Stuart. Joffrey and Bill. B. McNichol. Iconic Fab. Malfrey. How are folks? Hey, Andres. Wanted to work on my 2.4 this weekend. Got the flu instead. Ew. Sorry, man. Hey, Maurice. Hey, Steve. And John. How are folks? Shammy wow. We've got a early, yeah, both cats are right here. Let's see. There's Felix. There's Felix, and let's go over here. This is, there we go. Put you right there. There we go. We're all set now. Hey Rick, hey Lord Getface. Hey Bob. So we are continuing the Reaper build. And if last night was any indication, the cats are going to be terrors today. So we'll see how far we get. When we left last time, the diff was pretty rough. I forgot to rebuild it. So I've been rebuilding it this morning and it is way better. I reprinted all the parts and the pile of old parts over here. I had printed those on the Prusa Mini. They didn't look as good as these turned out. So I don't know. If the earth was flat, cat would have pushed everything off by now. Yep. What's cooking on the Mark IV? All the towels on it. That was the PC blend gears I printed this morning. I wanted to make sure, because it is a little colder out here, I wanted to make sure that things were gonna go okay. I realized I took all this apart last night and I realized that I probably should reprint the gears because the roughness was showing. I could see some artifacts on these gears and I wanted to just redo them, start fresh. So I ended up having to print them this morning. So, hey Makerus. Hey Maurice. Here, let's go right there. A little further, maybe just out of paw range. Which filament did you use for those? The Prusa PC blend. I have a roll. I've never been able to get it to print right on any of my Vorons, but it prints great on the Mark IV. I don't know. I guess I'm still just in reach. Hey Rob. So we are basically redoing this and I'm most of the way through, so this won't take very long and then we'll continue on the rest of the build. So for anybody who wasn't here last week, we are building the 3DSets Reaper. Oops, that's not what I wanted. With Downrider pack, which reminds me I should turn this camera on. There we go. So Reaper with Downrider pack. It is a very cool model. Getting those gears nice and clean makes a big difference. Oh yeah. Hey Rod. And if anybody else doesn't know, I think I'm zoomed in. Oh. They released a new model. They released a Barracuda. I did buy the new model. This thing is really cool. Let's look at this. So they call it the Torque. And it looks amazing. So I am, from a very young age, a classic Mopar. I have an affinity for muscle car Mopars. My dad was into them. My dad had I don't remember what year it was, but he had a Super B. It was sublime. It was everything. So we always heard about that car growing up, and that kind of got, I mean, building model kits as a kid, and so ordered everything for it last night. Nice. Your first RC build, awesome. Need a heart singing the theme song in the background. um, this thing is really cool. Just the level of detail. All the options, shaker hood or ducted hood, or becoming more difficult to get into that. Yes, their prices are going up. I still think even at $65, this model is worth it. Anybody who's downloaded these, I mean, Projects in Dad's Garage was downloading this yesterday, said it was 3 gigabytes worth of files. There is so much work into these. Hey John, welcome. Even though you weren't here, we wished you a happy birthday last week, John. So, it is so cool. Yeah. At least for a muscle car, you don't need steering. Hey, Raj. They have, I mean, we went over this last time. They have upped their game in the level of detail and stuff on these. There are still little quirks. We run into them as we're building them. Hopefully these guides, as we build them, helps others. And everything prior to today is public. So you don't have to feel like you need to maintain your membership in order to get access to these. So, I did look at the magnetic coupling, so I was going to get to that. Anyway, I wanted to show some of the pictures of the regular model. I mean, folding seats. The hood is actually closed on this one with magnets, and it looks like you push up on something to release it from below, which is kind of cool. There we go. Get a good view of the inspector. Yeah, very cool. And that, as their trend has been, the last two models, they have what they call the hustle pack. And this adds a bunch of things, some extra options and wheels and hoods and stuff. That other one is more 70 Barracuda. This is more 71 Barracuda. I think when I build this, I'm going to trend towards the 70 Barracuda. I'm going to do the lip spoiler. I may try to do the 440 hockey stripe. Hey, Joey. But that looks so cool. I mean, I hate them for it. I gotta go for it. The problem is time. How do I fit all these in? These are pretty lengthy builds. This is going to be probably a 4-stream series, and if I didn't double them up, it would take 4 months. That's not okay. Look at that. Isn't that cool? They could have picked a better filament to show this one off on, though. The light hitting it so different makes the panels look a little odd. That's the next one I buy and never finish. You know, these streams are the reason I finish projects. If it wasn't for streaming, I wouldn't be finishing projects. That's just fact. Look at that interior detail. Now, this is the first model that they've actually, these panels are done with MMU prints. This is the first model that they've designed options. It's not required. It's optional. When he started, it fails every 9 months. The models are made for MM or multi-material. What do we got here? I feel like I missed something. I am going to attempt this model in ABS. Yeah, see this? These are actually multi-material prints. I'm good at starting projects. Hey, Turtle. Who else is streaming right now? I think Lee Marie is streaming this build right now. They're at the end, near the end of the build. Oh, Chris. Oh yeah, Chris streams on Saturday. Yep. I think I'm going to attempt this one in ABS, and I think I'm going to go with Polymaker Lime Green because it's pretty close to Sublime. Oh, guest host Mike, awesome. I think I'm gonna try Polymaker Lime ABS. There we go. Oh, I need this. Now, where is, oh yeah, I didn't print one. I'm gonna use this thing. Okay. I worked for Western Will in '72, so I had access to blends. No Panther Pink or Plum Crazy. The problem is with Plum Crazy, my problem is that I didn't think about it. And I've been printing this. I've been printing this in Proto-Pasta's Galactic Empire Metallic Purple. This would have been a perfect color. This would have been a perfect color for the Torque. But isn't that, this is Pet G, by the way. This is Pet G. I've been wanting to try these models in different materials. I have a local friends that a long time ago was supposed to print this buggy for, and I didn't want to give them PLA parts and have them worry about leaving them in the heat. So yeah, so this I've already used for the purple, but I'm a big fan of Sublime. My main project car, as odd as it is, for a long time was a Dodge Neon, and Dodge Neons came in what they called Nitro Yellow Green, which is an updated version of Sublime. So I think that's what I'm gonna try. So we'll see how it turns out. Like I said, I want to try these in different materials now. I've done PLA so far. This build is PLA. We're gonna try it in ABS, and I've got a buggy going in Pet G. So anyway, oh, that's the other thing. We were gonna talk about this. So something that they're experimenting with, and it is labeled as a test, kind of a beta thing. Hey, projects. They're doing magnetic stuff with this. I'm a little on the fence, and I've got to try it before I decide if I think it's a good idea or not. But they are doing a magnetic slipper clutch, basically, for protecting the drivetrain. I'm curious how that's going to work out, because on RC cars, you use a friction disc usually as a slipper clutch. This is, I'm curious if it's going to be consistent, because it's going to depend on the strength of your magnets. It's going to depend on your motor, power of the motor. Is it just going to instantly spin? And you're adding a lot of rotational mass to the drivetrain there. You're adding a lot of rotational mass. So And then they're doing magnetic shocks. So I've ordered all the magnets to print these out and build them right away. They should be here tomorrow. Although they picked a weird size for the shocks. They picked a 7mm diameter by 6mm long magnet, which doesn't exist on Amazon. You can get it on AliExpress, but it's a limited resource, limited source part. I ended up just ordering 7x3s, and I'm gonna double them up because I'm just trying it. If it works well, then I'll order the correct size off Amazon or off of AliExpress. But yeah, that's their magnet thing. Fortunately, they have printed tire option for this, so I'm not a big, that's one of the things about these models is glue it, the shape of the wheels that they modeled doesn't quite match what they need to for typical RC cars. So you can glue them into place, and that's what we'll be doing on this model here. We'll see how it turns out. I might change my mind once I've actually tried it. Okay, I need to get back to this. So we are going to finish building this diff, and then we'll get up onto the color. It'd be nice if they had more cars that appealed to non-American tastes. So I saw someone else commented on that, John. They were asking for some European focused cars. So I don't know if they're in Czech Republic. They feel like the American cars the interesting thing because they see the European cars all the time. I don't know. Did the other models have multicolor parts? They did layer swaps. So add a layer, swap colors in most of the other models if you wanted any kind of thing. And they advised, they modeled things for that. So this is the first one with actually multi-body models for multicolor printing. Maybe feeling they'll get more sales, absolutely. I would love to see something in an old Porsche or something would be cool. Okay, I've got to get this. So like I said, I've been working on this. It is way smoother than the last one. There is still some bumps in there, but I remember that on the Sakura as well. It'll wear through and be fine. So does this just, okay, so this has to go like that, and then that. A Lotus 7 would be fantastic. Yeah. Absolutely. Type E Jaguar. I'm not super familiar with Jaguars. I don't know exactly what a Type E, what is that? Which one is that? Oh, a Gullwing Mercedes would be cool. Yeah, I feel like when you're looking at some of these, I just thinking from their perspective, what would be fun for them to model, and the Gullwings would be interesting. They teased an all-wheel drive drivetrain when the Sakura was being teased. I'm still curious what that will end up being. Hey, Sean. Totally not the model that you go. Oh, here we go. I'm coming up here. No. you know, when they were teasing this magnetic coupler, their little teaser video, I thought the thing was really short and looked more like a transfer case. So I was wondering if this was going to be the coming up on the all-wheel drive model, but all the other teasers pointed towards Barracuda, so. This is almost done. I think that's the last, yeah. A DeLorean. Oh, they could go crazy with the DeLorean because they can sell the DeLorean model, then they can sell the Back to the Future model. They can sell the Back to the Future 2 appearance upgrade. They can do all the stuff, all the add-ons. Yeah, and then the train track upgrade. We'll let it fly upgrade. There was a Back to the Future DeLorean in the underground parking lot in some apartments I lived in back in 2010. It was under covers. Look to see it was. Nice. Yeah, this is way smoother than the other one I built. I'm happy with that. That feels really good. So I don't know exactly what it was. Maybe I missed some of the cleanup in these gears, because this would do it. I spent a lot of time on these in this build this morning. And maybe there's something that's keeping it from bolting down correctly. Yeah, this is way nicer. Happy with that. Okay, so the other thing I did in between streams, there's a couple of things. I bought the black M3x14 screws, so switched all those to black. I found aluminum versions of these servo horns for the downrider servos, so I swapped that in. And then for this frame, if you remember at the very end of stream, I immediately turned those hex nuts that get in there. So I tried putting them in and then potting them with CA glue. I think that's going to end up being too brittle and it's not going to be a good long-term solution, but I'm hoping it's enough to get through the build. I think I probably would have gone with like an epoxy or something, try that. I did thread in some stainless screws before I put the glue in and then let it dry and then pulled the screws out just to make sure I didn't contaminate the threads. So, but this is back together. I was talking about, oh, and I put the clear PETG headlights on. Square nuts won't fit. They're modeled for hexes. I looked, I tried. I would suggest, at least the next thing I would try is epoxy. So, I was going to work on the shocks, but I realized I don't really know if this is the correct travel setup until we get the wheels on. So I'm going to leave that. I did figure out that I can pull the shocks out without major disassembly of the front suspension. So hopefully that's the case on the rear suspension as well. Hey, buddy. So that brings us to, this is done. So I think the next thing in here, so we have, I think this was the funny picture where they took a screenshot of a later assembly step because we don't have the rear suspension done yet. Just the front is done. So we just did the diff and then we're back to switching over to the, I did power the servos up for alignment. Yep. All of them have been aligned. So even the one for the rear downrider, I did all 3 of those in the last stream. So we're gonna switch over to the downrider pack for the rear suspension here. So let me get up here to lift axle rear. Now this is kind of funny because I was going through this last night and there are some, oh crap, I forgot to put grease on the diff. I forgot to grease the diff. Shoot. I gotta do that, otherwise I'm gonna keep forgetting. I do that. Forgot to put grease on the spur and pinion. Countach would be good. That would be fun. That was always in grade school. Countach or a Lotus or a BMW M1. I'm just naming off cars that were on the pencils at the pencil machine in grade school. This, I'm gonna do these 3 too. What you doing, buddy? Let's find a good model railway set myself. Flying Scotsman. Why are you? Okay. With the Milo default electronics. Oh yeah, you're working on your Milo. BMW 2002, yeah? Okay, now I can get this. Should be able to get, there we go. Oh, maybe I can, yeah, maybe I can put at least one of these back ones on. Look for filament at Micro Center for the CUDA. What color are you thinking? What general color are you thinking? Okay, that's right. Nope, that's not for you. That's not for you. That's not for you, I told you. No, it looks interesting, but it's not for you. No. No, not for you. What's their latest estimate on opening that thing, John? They given any updates? I have a set of white wall RC tires that would fit. Nice. Is anybody in the Pacific Northwest on here going to the Maker Deck meetup? I'm going up there. I'm gonna follow Pooch up there in February. It's towards the end of February. That'd be fun. Maybe even Steve Builds could come too. Maybe. It's very possible. We're talking about the grand opening of the Micro Center there in the Bay Area. And for a Micro Center meetup. Nice. We could do it. We can do that. Just depends on when it falls. Be in San Diego at the end of April. San Diego is quite far from here. I put it on my 2028 calendar. That's funny. I did take, so I appreciate everybody's suggestion on visa services in the Bay Area. I am going with the recommended one, but now I'm kind of in a holding pattern with Chinese New Year. Just kidding. There we go. Only 15-hour flight. California is big. Yes. I mean, San Diego is like a 9-hour drive from here. Okay. Now we can get back to this. That is done now. So, front axle, downrider pack. Okay. Lift rear axle. So I do have stuff separated out mostly into bins. So I need to get this and some hex nuts. And then, oh, and then we bolt the diff right down. So that's for me going to France. Okay. So there are hex nuts going into these parts. Oh boy. And then the M3x12s. So we're gonna put these, oh fun. Where are my tweezers? I think they're over here. No, I step away and you go right for it. You just get back. Hey, Bearded Printer. How far would anybody willing to drive to a Micro Center? Closest one to me is 90 minutes away. It's possible. Okay, so these are somewhat of a loose fit in here. Hopefully they don't just immediately spin. Yeah, see, they dropped right out. So instead, let's set this on here. Nope, shoot. I'm not gonna be able to get those. Well, maybe I can. Maybe I can get those in and then thread them in. So let's try this. Heated insets would be nice. While they've added oh, what is going on here? Why are there? Hold on a second. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. So they're showing 4 screws going down. They're showing 4 nuts going into here on the flat side of the part. 4 screws going in. There's only 3 holes. There's only 3 mounting holes. There's nothing going into that. Is that the one that fell out? Yeah, good. The one that fell out is the one that I need. There's nothing going in there. So that's a little odd. Anyway, they've added cross bridging to their modeling repertoire. I am not happy with the nut situation on this model. I think they need to figure out something else with the. They need to figure out something else. I would rather be threading into plastic on this than doing these inset nuts. Are you gonna go in? There we go. Okay. Why are you doing that? I don't remember having this kind of trouble with the Sakura on these inset nuts. Okay, that one didn't spin, so that's a good thing. This one is not wanting to. Is that a, make sure I've got a 12 millimeter here. Yep. In Central Oregon on the 24th. That did okay. Okay, those did okay. They tightened down, but there's nowhere for that 4th one to go. So, like I said, there's quirks in these builds. There are little quirks. Okay, so in 3x8 to this little brace here. So does that guy go in? Does this? Yeah, little features going to the back. Okay. When the version of the model doesn't match the documentation. Yeah. I'm curious if that is the same on the Sakura, because I imagine that this documentation is basically the same as the Sakura, or the general setup here is the same. Like the extrusions on the Trident manual? No, it's not that bad. Come on. The one that's not threaded at all is the X-axis. The one that's only threaded on one end is the vertical rear. And that's going to change depending on your build size. It'll be easier to tell if you were building a different size. Okay, next. You people. You people. Okay, we got these and these, 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 and these. So I need bearings. Where are the bearings? I think they're in this box. Bearings. Oh. Building the 300, but I made it. Discord helped me. Tomorrow I run the belts and then the rest. Awesome. Okay. The Trident always needs more cereals. This is true. Okay, little bit of grease. I'm gonna put a little bit of grease in the pockets and the cups on here. Yeah. You are fascinated with this. This is not kitty treats. Oh, that looks like kitty toy, doesn't it? Hey, Jason. Welcome. Okay, these are the same. So just... There we go. They say use a hammer. They can be pushed on. Just... Nice and smooth. Yeah, it's really smooth. Okay, apply grease on moving contact places. I did. I put the bearings in. So this, we were having fun with this the other day. We've got hub carriers and axles, and then a completed assembly. Hub carriers and axles, then a completed assembly. Draw 2 circles, then draw an owl. I think when Trident is running, I start printing my 3D sets. Awesome. These are fun to build. I'm making fun, and I'm hoping, I don't know if they ever see these or whatever. Hopefully, they take some suggestions from these. But overall, they are definitely fun builds. Yeah, draw the owl style. Yep. Okay, so instead we're gonna go down to back to the main manual, and this is basically the page we're missing from the other. So this is the bits we need. Bunch of hex nuts and Knipex. Okay, so basically we need to put a bunch of nuts in these. Just gonna very gentle squeeze, just enough to make sure they're in there flat. Bye, buddy. Let's see. Are you gonna lay on top of? Oscar's not giving much room. Get in there, Felix. It's okay. Get in there. Yeah, it might not be a bad idea to pick up a second or a bigger bed. Okay, so this is the rear one. What is that? Axle rear. So that goes like that. And this is an M3 by 10 up through the bottom there. Okay. It should be the rear one. That does not line up. That does not line up. That says rear. They're making it work. Hey, Nick. Using your Nipix pliers. Hey, nice. Hey, Kudra. Okay, so that's rear. Axle rear. Oh, bottom A. Okay, that's where I'm messing up. That's okay, we're fine. So it's this one that we actually want right here. That does line up. I had to zoom in to see the text more clearly. And then the shorter side goes on the other side. Like that. Nice. Thank you. 10 arrows. Appreciate it. Okay, and I probably should have popped these rod ends in first. Let's see if we can do it. See if we can do it all assembled. I think we probably can. We can probably zoom in a little bit too. Don't need to be looking at the front of my belly. And the same thing, nothing. Oh, not those. Nothing special. A few of these. Just want to make sure that this is centered in this little hole here, because there's a recess and you don't want to be accidentally clamping that. Because I did almost, you can see right there. Kind of got it on the edge there. Otherwise you could deform these ball ends. So maybe for the, I'll at least experiment and see if it'll work. For the torque, I'll try an ABS body and panel stuff and nylon suspension bits. And I'm gonna try to print it all in the Core 1. So, Core 1, I don't think it shipped on Friday. I think, I suspect it'll ship on Monday. So that's gonna go in there. And I ordered, as soon as in the middle of the server slowdowns yesterday, I ordered a Mark 4S to Core 1 upgrade kit. So that'll be here April-ish. And that's gonna go on the the one that started as a Mark 3S, that was then a Mark 3.5, then a 3.9, then I made it a full 4, and I have a 4S upgrade for it that I'm gonna do on a stream. So sometime in the next month or so, we'll do a single stream to upgrade that to a Mark 4S. And that could potentially be bringing back probably not a Tuesday stream. So I feel like I want to do a few weekday streams coming up to catch up on a few things, just like I did last year. But Tuesday's not going to work for me right now. I've got something else going on Tuesdays. So I'll figure out what day I want to do it. Try not to get in too much way of others. Tuesday would still be my preference, but for the next several weeks, I've got something going on that'll get in the way of that. How the upgrade works, that 2 printers are completely different. Sounds like a lot of work. It's surprising how many pieces you use from the Mark IV, Martin. It's quicker to list what you don't use. I don't know every detail about the upgrade, but the things you don't use off the top of my head, the basic, I mean, getting down, major components you don't use. You don't use the carriage that holds the bed, the Y carriage that rides on the rails. You don't use 2 of the rods. You use all the rest of the rods, but you don't use 2 of them. And then you don't use the frame. And that's about it. Everything else you use. So power supply, electronics, tool head, 4 of the rods, steppers, screen. Yeah, Rod, I'm doing exactly the same. I've got extra Mark 3.5 parts, and I'm going to upgrade the Blue Bear from Krusty. So Prusa designed the Core 1 with Mark IV in mind. Well, it's most efficient for them to use as many Mark IV parts as they can. So I think I would suspect that kind of, they probably realized at some point that this is a feasible upgrade. When you use that as your starting point for your parts catalog, and then at some point they probably realize that this is reasonable to do. Speaking of surprise streams, there will be a surprise stream that I have no idea when it's going to be, and it is going to just happen on the day that I get it. When I get the Core 1, we're gonna unbox it because I don't want to wait. I have a Mark IV Bear, nice. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. There will be very little notice. It's aside from what I can get from tracking. But as soon as it gets here that day, we're streaming. Hey, the GPs. Okay, so I'll repeat this process 2 times. And then I think even in this side, they have us putting in 4 screws. 4 screws don't fit there. Surprise to me too. And And then I don't think, yeah, I think we pick up. Yep, here we are. Okay, back at the downrider instructions. So, what are these? M3 by 16s this time. Why 16s when it was 14s last time? Yeah, that's funny. On the front suspension, they use M3 by 14s. On the rear suspension, it's M3 by 16s. Okay. So basically, we're just going here. Oh, I didn't put the things on this one. Hope the Mini gets some upgrades, Mini Plus to Mini Core 1 upgrade. I would buy it. So if you really want to do a Mini to a Core XY, Squirrel Brain, the person who designed the Tic Tac that Daniel and I will be building as a collab here pretty soon, has a Mini to Core XY design out there on printables. Probably the easiest way, quickest way to find it is to search for Tic Tac 2.1 and go to the page there and then go to his printables profile from there. My Mini, so I have a Mini. I got it in a roundabout way through Joel's giveaway stream a couple of streams ago. Christmas time. I'm getting ready. I'm printing the parts because David, the Prusa guy on Twitter, just rebuilt his minis with in PCCF, Prusament PCCF. So I'm doing the same thing, except I'm doing Prusament PCCF and I'm doing Ambrosia PCCF blue, and they're turning out really good. Okay, so that one goes here. Core 1 to Mark 4S conversion. There you go. Why not? So the Core 1 kits are available now, or at least available for pre-order. I do not have any, I have not set up a Prusa affiliate link, but many of the folks that you might also watch do. So be sure to, if you're going to order any of these, do that. I'm kind of on the fence on whether I'm going to go through. I may go through and set one up. If I do, it'll show up in the description of videos going forward. There's no real reason not to, but it hasn't been a priority. Okay, and then, so this is here, and this would be this side, left. Those are in 3x16s as well. Kind of odd. Real problem is picking a creator's affiliate link. Lots of people I'd like to support can only get one kit. Yep. Got my tool head up and running. Realized the belt clamp skipped a tooth, meaning I need to take the tool head off. Ooh. I did see your pictures with the purple filament. Looks good. Okay. Okay. That means that this is going to go in there. This is going to get, need to put some grease on there. Let's put some grease on. Kitty cats. There we go. Okay. There we go. It's open. Throw some grease in here. I don't know if you're still here, Bob, or if Chris is still streaming. What's he streaming today? Is he doing more of the IDEX build, or you playing with Core 1, or what's the deal? Are you, oh, Preset Mini enclosure? Nice. I usually watch on these, especially these Saturdays, I usually watch him up until it's time for me to go. But today I was rebuilding that diff. Armor 3D. I like the dynamic that him and Jackie have. They do a good job of keeping up with things without stepping on each other. I like that. There we go. Okay. Cool. Stream with a good co-host makes it more engaging while still being productive. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it allows Chris to focus on some of the build stuff, and Jackie highlights things that come up. It's a good job. Oh, that's right. He has a guest today, Mike. Okay. And I guess the axle goes in. That is an N3 by 12. And the end here. So the end here has a little built-in support we need to remove. So I'm gonna try to start cutting that out. Just grab that from both ends. This, there we go. popped right out. So then this guy, this is a pentagon. So, right like that. And that is a M3 by 12. Hey Patrick, welcome. And then, oops, I put the grease away too early. I should have greased up this other piece. Grease in the pocket here. There we go. This guy goes on here. Go. Awesome. Okay. Shocks. So I found out that these shocks do come pre-loaded with oil. I am going to redo that, but I kind of want to wait until the end of the build because I want to make sure the suspension setup is to my liking. So we're just gonna put the shocks in right now. Those are in 3x20s. 2 more shocks. We're gonna need this servo today. And what is it? Is it this? Yeah, that one. And what else are we gonna need out of here? I think that's good for right now. We are gonna need some belts. So pull those out. Hoping to get to the point today where we're starting on the body. Okay, so coming in from both sides and in 3x20. Now, why do we worry about coming in from both sides? Okay, don't know, but we'll figure it out. So this comes through here. Actually, I need to grab a little, where is it? There it is. Hey, Deanna. Now in our final shock setup, I'm going to be running some M3 washers as spacers to take up some of this play. I'll either make some M3 washers or I'll print out some little spacers, but that'll all come when I do the final setup for the shocks. For now, we're just placing things in here and see where the suspension ends up. Oh, spacers. So it's sounding like there's going to be quite a push for Death Racer stuff at Rocky Mountain. So I pulled out my Death Racer. I'm going to see about refreshing it. I don't know if I have enough time. You got any more house improvement jobs? Okay, your shed. I haven't gotten on to wiring is what I need to do for the shed. That's absolutely needs to be done before June because that's when my permit expires. Once wiring is done, then everything else opens up. Hey, Edwin. Yeah, Lemurie's at the tail end of their build, I think. I did grab a sheet, finally grabbed a sheet of 3/4 inch MDF for my printer stand over here. And I'm getting ready to cut it. I got it cut down to size, but I'm gonna do the final cuts on the Shapeoko to go on there. And I think I'm actually going to route out channels so it actually insets onto the extrusions there and should make it a little easier to just set the shelves to hold in place. Probably answered this already, I'm late. Have you ordered the new 3D sets kit? Of course I have. I mean, I hate 3D sets. They keep coming out with models that I'm buying on day one. Apparently, when you buy enough 3D sets models, they start sending you coupons for the next model. Because this is the first time I've gotten I think this is the first time. I didn't really pay attention before, but I got a $10 off coupon for the Torque. And apparently that's not going out to everyone. I'm a little sad. I'm sorry that I mentioned it. I didn't realize that it was there was some threshold to getting that. This is a little tight. This one's freer than this one. Why so? Just loosen these a eighth of a turn. That's better. That's what happens to us when you show a new tool. I have bought 8. I have bought 8 models. I do need to get a permit to do electronics in the US, and I have the permit. Okay. It's not perfect, but I think it'll be fine. This one is loose. I don't know why. This one is not. It's these back here. But I think it'll break in. 8 is a lot. But I've been building these. I've been building these for a long time. The Sandy, when the Sandy came out is when I think the Sandy or the Buggy was the first one I bought. And we built a Sandy on stream over 2 years ago. Over 2 years ago. Okay, so that is those. Shocks are in. And then we've got this big piece. Now, one thing is 3D Sets likes to push the boundaries of overhangs, and I cleaned these up a little bit because this prints like this, and these spots here are a bit extreme of an overhang. It's not going to hurt anything, but it did require some droopy filament cleanup. You bought the first one, and then I saw I can't print it all on my Prusa Mini. I think they, all of their new models, they make it a point that you can print on a Prusa Mini. You're right, I'm not sure that applies for the earlier crawlers. But I think starting with the buggy, I think the buggy can be done on a Prusa Mini. Talking about electrical stuff, I can do my own work. I was able to pull my own permit. It needs to be inspected though. You printing it in a matte black? I think I'm gonna try ABS. If it doesn't work, then I'll shift gears. But I'm gonna try ABS and I'm gonna do Polymaker Lime, trying to duplicate Sublime. Okay, so this goes on here, and this goes, is it like this? Yeah, this goes on here like this. And then from the bottom is 2 M3 by 10, so maybe I'll start with those. Model 1, I needed a 20 by 20 build plate. Later models fit the Mini, yep. Starting with the Model 7, that sounds right for Mini compatibility. Those are in 3 by 10s. One thing I wish would be nice is if 3DSets had a little better feedback system. I'd give them some or identify issues in the manual, like the extra screw here, stuff like that. But they don't really have a great way to contact. And the only time I've ever emailed them, I never got a response. So I emailed them asking permission to publish the 3-hole motor piece that I made, and never got a response. So I never published it because their license says you need permission to do any remixes of existing parts. I think a lot of people have made add-ons and stuff, but if you're remixing existing parts, you're supposed to, it's not in the license. Okay, so those two, and then we've got the suspension arms here. So we're going to be following this here. So we've got these arms, that orientation with 3 by 10. Oh, those are underneath there. M3 by 16. What is that one there? 3 by 16. 3 by 10. Okay. Funny how the city wants to make sure homes and stuff are safe. Just had my electrical checked. Finally start putting up insulation and wall covering in the shed. Nice. My biggest thing with the inspections and stuff is insurance. I mean, that's the biggest reason, is if it's shown that there's a fire and it's shown that something you did caused it and you didn't get it inspected or permitted, then you could be screwed. So regardless of if you agree with the process or not worth the risk. Okay, so on these, be careful. This prints identical parts, but one of them gets mirrored. And that matters because of the way these ball joints go in. So I'm gonna start with this one and put them in. This way. So now that one will go on that side. And this one goes this way, which means we put it in from this side. Hey, freak. I am building a RC car from 3DSets.com. And this is a model they released last August called the Reaper. And I think in the description of the video here is a link to the model, so you can go check it out. Let me make sure. Yep, I put a model link in the description. We do need more likes though. We're at 79 people here and 31 likes. Why twice? What do you mean twice? Why twice what? Okay, so... Didn't know you were into RC cars? Oh yeah, I've been into RC cars for pretty much my entire life. I've been into building RC cars. Okay, M3 by 16, yep. Okay. Hey, Jeff. So then this goes. Hey, Raven. Next RC, a 1/10 hard body boom racing build. What in the world? So besides the 3D set stuff, the only other printed model I have on the radar, or on the build list is the 22B. 22B that I downloaded, I purchased and downloaded from Pulse 3D. That is on my list. What's the build for tomorrow? Box turtle. Continuing the box turtle build. I've got some things I want to do after stream today in support of that tomorrow. I like the light because liking it likable. I expect to finish the box turtle main build and start working on the tool head, the Filament's tool head. I think I have everything I need to do that. Okay, so that's those two. So then I got these washers I can put on the ends. There we go. Washers on the ends. It's these guys. Then this is the little cams for the downrider part. So an M3 by 10, M3 by 10, and then an M3 by 14 going in there. Okay. So this one is going to go over here. So these are mirrors of each other. What's the model of the? Yes, Casadio. Yep, Casadio's 22B. It's if you search for 22B RC on Cults 3D, you'll find it. See you, John. Search for 22B on Cults 3D. It is pretty much what I was hoping 3DSets would do. And Sadio, now it is not, it is very detailed, very, very detailed. I think it is going to be a big challenge to print well because it is, it is going to require a lot of supports. It prioritized detail and a reproduction, accurate reproduction of the car, I think, over printability. There is some modeled in stuff for supports. So, but we'll see. Another thing I'm hoping to use the Core 1 to print. Here in Germany, this guy that makes Mercedes Unimog 3D printed bodies for Traxxas TRX4. Can post a link in the Discord. Yeah, there's lots of stuff out there. There was a Toyota posted recently, a new Tacoma that is basically a body around an existing RC. Okay, and then the 14s. So I bought a bag of 14s. That guy. Let's go the same way as the other one. Yeah. So this goes through both. There we go. I have the 22B files. I would love to customize it like normal one with the wide body bolted on, but he holds the needed step files private. I mean, that's like this. There's no step files available for these. I don't hold it against them. I'm okay with it. Okay, so now that's there. I think that's all of the, yeah, in 3x10, that's that page. So now we're gonna put on the M3x10s for the servo mount and then the servo. That way. Goes on there, and that mounts from the back. Interesting. A little different than the other one. So 3x10s holding this thing down. Kept hearing something beeping and kept thinking, what the heck is beeping? It turns out my car key fob and my keys conspired to open the trunk on my car, and it's raining. Oh no! Raining here. It's supposed to rain for the next several days. This is a good thing. Okay, now we've got our servo, and it looks like if I hold this the way the picture is, this goes on here like this. I'm going to do all of the little pieces, same pieces that I did on the other one. Hey, Ben. So this is centered, so I'm just going to be careful not to disrupt that. And then this went in from the front this time. Go in from the front. Last one went in from the back because of the way it mounted. This one goes here. This go here. And that's the screws it came with. Felix is just barely on this. Can I help you guys? Can I help you guys? Just, there you go. Give Felix a little more support there. What are we doing? Someone's working with a hot blade. Be careful. Now this does poke out, so be careful on here. These screws. Well, hopefully that's fine. There's shorter versions. Nope, just one extra. Okay. Cutting down Filaments blade. Ah. Okay, so that is there. Now, I had said I bought a pack of metal. So it's the same thing as this, same hole spacing, but they are aluminum. So we're gonna use that. This just goes straight out, straight to either side. Sets on. Is that the servo screw? Must be. Oops, I put it away. Keep the blood in the inside, yes. Soft bleedy bits. A little bit of Loctite here. So, because it says metal to metal to metal. There we go. Okay, so I think that takes care of this bit. Those two and 3x10s. 2x10s, I just used the self-tappers that it came with. Then we just have to put these on. And I think that's about it. So. More frustrating with steering coming loose. Yeah, that is a very common thing on the, at least on the 1/10 buggies I always played with, is the oh, goes opposite. Almost missed that. These go opposites. I'm glad I caught that. The direction, because these guys have a flange on one end. So the direction that these go is opposite ways. So we put in one, then flip the part over and put in the other. Okay, so the long side, this goes here. And what are we doing for screws in from this side in 3x12s? Now this is plastic metal, so I'm not going to do Loctite. If it becomes a problem, then I'll reevaluate that. But for right now, I'm not doing Loctite. So we got a plastic bit in between that we're squeezing down. So now I did that. So this guy goes in here. Last time I was crawling and I had to do a drive through some gates. I lost a wheel. All my screws on the wheel hub decided to leave the chat. Oops. And then by 14s, where's my little baggie of 14s here? They are. Hey Bill, are you going to make it to Rocky Mountain this year? I'm going to be there. Already have my rooms. Awesome. Are you at the embassy? There we go. Oh, too many monies. Yeah. It is quite more expensive. Now we get to continue the build guide on page 52. Let's see how accurate they are. 50, 51, 52. We did all that. Okay, so 53. You will install the rear axle into the car. Wow. We will install the rear axle onto the frame. I'm gonna be pedantic. M3x12s. Okay, so we get to put this onto this. That goes on here. Take it. Okay. Let's do this. Let's loosen these a little bit. There we go. So that's going on there. Then we can just that stepper mount here needed loosen and retight. Staying in the same place as last year. I do have an NBC room. I'm hoping that the same person I roomed with last year is going to be able to go, and we'll split it. Okay, I'm 3 by 12. Okay. So this is a case of the screws wanting to kind of thread through the plastic parts and then not being lined up with the nuts in there. And since I have the nuts screwed in, I don't have any room for air. So I'm gonna take my reamer here and just make sure that I'm not grabbing threads in these spots. Likely here. So let's get a better look here and maybe pull out the drill. Do very slow, but at least I don't have to. So I'm just gonna do very slow. There we go, just. Make sure I don't catch the, and then I think it's these that we're going to. We were talking about tools on the Discord that are pretty much invaluable that not everyone necessarily has, and a reamer set came up. And this is right here. Right here is a good example. So it's basically a straight flute drill. It's not intended to create a hole. It's created to size a hole accurately. Now, these are cheap reamers. These are, you buy a set of them for however much on Amazon, or KB3D. If you're in the US, KB3D is a great place to buy these. They include a little laser cut holder for them as well when you do that. Plus, the KB3D ones come with a 2mm reamer, and most of the sets on Amazon don't. But see, it's just straight cutters, not intended to create a hole, but created to size a hole. So you need one that's close to size. I think a lot of people are there, Bill, at the Choice Hotel. Oops. Okay, let's try that now. Still trying to grab threads. Just kind of push, unthread and push. Okay. There we go. I think I might actually be running into super glue issues on that rather than the other. So I'm just gonna go and pray. Push through and then back it out until I can feel the thing. There we go. Reamers come in, understand it's oversized and exactly on size, typically used to make very precise holes. Yep. Yep. By 12s, 2 more. Cool, these worked out. I think I had probably some super glue in that one that caused a little more issue. Okay, we have got that done. Very cool. Okay. Transmission, woohoo. This is always fun. Let me set this over here. The microphone wire out of my way. Okay, I have a transmission box. And all of this should be, hopefully all this is good. We've got belts, motor. Let's see where we're at. Love the special edition t-shirt. Oh yeah, you see? I did. I mean, it just got released. I'll wear my other one when we unbox it. Okay, we have a bunch of these parts. We do have to pull those supports out, and I've already trimmed the brims. I didn't pull those out though, but I did clean up all of this. Now, just a note, this part right here doesn't, unless I really screwed up and missed it, I don't think this exists. I don't think this part is used in the build. I don't know where that would be. So I looked through last night. I was just making sure I wasn't missing anything. I was missing this part, the gearbox mount, and I printed it last night, but I'm pretty sure that part doesn't exist. So, this is what the thing looks like. And that there's nothing in this assembly here that is that other piece. So maybe buy reamers like I don't already have too much stuff. Aren't you glad you have them though? Haven't they come in handy? Okay, belt drive gearbox uses 3 identical timing belts. Gearbox is very silent and reliable. Now there is a clicking, and I've noticed. So if you remember on the Sakura build, there was a clicking in the drivetrain. I pulled that thing apart more than once, trying to find it. I couldn't fix it. But I've also noticed on other builds, watching videos and stuff, that I can hear that clicking. So I don't know what it is. We'll see if it does it on this one. Please check motor temperature by hand if you are driving in rough terrain or for long periods. What I said about tools and Steve earlier. Yeah, I mean, Bill is just as bad. Then we have some bearing calibrations. Small 3D printed shaft fits the bearing properly because such small printed parts may shrink too much. There are 2 sizes. So, and then some service areas, service holes. So is there any gap? Then use the L marked part. You just tried to click your Discord emblem in the toolbar at the bottom. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, so belt drive, we need bearings. We have bearings. One of the nice things, it's the same size bearing in the whole build. They did a good job with that. So, is this one of those? Because there's something in there that oh, there it is. Okay. So it's okay, we have nuts, and we are gonna follow that page right there. So this guy out. Oh, I didn't clean out those. So let's clean those out. I tried to do a lot of this prep ahead of time just to save some time in this build. The cleaning up holes, and so I think it's probably over the course of the build gonna save at the very least an hour of build time by having done these ahead of time. Then just do the few that I forget. Now they have you use a drill. I think it's a little cleaner to use a nice hobby knife here. Every toolbox should have a hobby knife, Daniel. Is the clicking from the tolerance between the teeth? It could be. It seems pretty consistent though. It seems pretty consistent. Oddly consistent. Okay. We have a bunch of nuts to put in. Okay, and those are dropping right in. I'm gonna flex a little bit on you there, Deanna. Not intentionally. It's just the tool that I grabbed. It was an opportune time. Has anybody used the Harbor Freight equivalents? Are they good enough to recommend? Because yes, the Knipex are expensive. They are very expensive, but they are so useful. If the Harbor Freight equivalents are serviceable, that would be a good suggestion. Harbor Freight are quite good. I should at least stop by a Harbor Freight and check them out in person and kind of get a feel for them. Okay, so we have nuts in there. We have a bearing going into this piece. Good to know I have 2 Harbor Freights near me. Yeah, go check them out. Let me know what you think. Bearing going in there. We have this axle. So why is this bolting on there? Okay, whatever. Those are in 3x8s. Very happy with them, Orion. That is good to know. But they only had the bigger size when I got them. Yeah, having the multiple sizes is nice. If everyone's are obvious knockoff, looks pretty much the same. Okay, so that's on there. And then I guess if we go by the order, we need this guy and 2 bearings in here. Before I go too far, I just want to see if there's any. Just knock down the high spots. That'll do lots of this. We have a pan of ice this week. Nice. Okay, so this is the piece that we're working on. So bearing there, bearing there. These tight fits. And then a nut in there. So I'm going to use this screw that I happen to already have sitting right here to pull this nut in. Pan of Ice does. They have a ton of options. Okay, pull that in. There we go. I have a Pan of Ice circuit board vise that's in the other garage. I have it from when I was doing Megasport stuff. Okay, so that nut there, all those nuts, and then this guy, this is symmetric. I'm going to just hit the edges of where the build plate was. Fingernail to clean up the rest. Cast iron base with the interchangeable vise, circuit board, vise jaws. Okay, so then this guy, yeah, that just pulls right out. There we go. Get that pushed in. And then I think this guy goes like this. There we go. This looks like an awesome project. Good to be back. Hey, Tukes. Welcome. This is a fun project. Definitely. Okay, I think that page is done. So now we have, so please secure both screws on shaft with a thread lock and tighten them properly. Yes, I will not use thread lock on, we did this before. I don't think it's necessary. I'm gonna ignore that. Double check that the pulleys are perpendicular to the shaft and do not wobble. Make sure there's no contact between the casing walls and the pulleys. Okay, so we have a pulley in here, and then this one here, does it have us putting a belt on yet? No. And that is a M3 by 12s. Okay. So this guy, and I'm gonna do a real close look at the threads here and kind of, so I've got a little, I don't know if you can tell, this little layer change spot here. I'm gonna take that and just very gently trim it flush with the rest of the side. That's just where the layer change happened. Look at the rest of it. Everything else looks really clean. Little spot right here. Spot right I'm pulling just tiniest little bits. I just don't want the belt to catch on anything. Just the tiniest little bits. What filament did you use for the gearbox? This is all just PLA. This is all Jesse PLA from Printed Solid. So now this guy, go there, and that looks to be about the 0.5 millimeter that they're talking about. So 12. I think if I was assembling this and removing and reinstalling any of these screws, that I would probably use something on subsequent installs, maybe a super glue or something rather than thread locker. I don't think thread locker is the right call for this. Now that's not 0.5 millimeter anymore once that was tightened down, but it is clearing it, so I'm gonna call it okay. And this guy goes in here. I think I might use something to make sure they stay tight, but on the first tightening like this, where this is all cutting fresh threads, yeah. I'm not gonna use anything. Now, I have not put a ton of time on the Sakura. That's the only experience I have with this gearbox. But it's the bit I have run it seems to be doing fine. So, and that's moving smooth. Not rubbing on anything. So. It seems to be moving pretty straight too. Okay. No contact between the casing walls and the pulleys, and that's true. I don't have a minimum of, it says here a minimum of 0.5 millimeters. I don't have that, but I also don't have any rubbing. So I'm gonna say it's okay. Would use super glue, but if it's only once tightened and not opened again, it should be fine. That's exactly what I'm saying, is if you're reinstalling this, then it's probably a good idea. Maybe put a little bit of something, but not a Loctite. Okay, so now we get into having to play with some belts. I think we need 3 belts for this. Belts, and for the easiest belt installation, first place the belt around the large pulley and then install the adjoining small pulley at the same time. Now this is what they were talking about. Let's check bearing fit on these guys. So this is a large and this is a small. So yeah, that went in there too easy, and there is some play. So we're gonna go with a large, and it went in easy, but there is not as much play, so we're gonna go with the large. It's gonna be very print settings dependent. So we're gonna do the larger one first, and that just goes in there. So, okay, so that's the larger one, and this is where they're talking about that. SRL marked for more info on pages. So there's no play, but it did slide in easy. It doesn't wiggle. The small one did wiggle. So we're not gonna do it small. Would use super glue. Oh yeah. And then we have this piece, which is this one, the one with the window on the side. So these two pieces are very similar. This one's a little slimmer and has the opening on the side. So, oh, and it looks like we have a nut to put in and some nuts to put in the sides. So let's put a nut in here, pull it in with a screwdriver. going in straight, or aligned, I should say. Okay, so there's a belt that's going to go in here. Let's see. Oh, I didn't check this one. I wanted to see what we've got for. That's smooth. It's fine. Just basically skim that down. This one. Yeah, I think everything's okay. Okay, so this belt goes on here. It's in there. And then this goes on there. Little indexing pegs that match up with. And then this goes in here. And works on. Let's see if we can get a, here, let's put a screw through here in 3x25, like this guy. And 3x25 from the back into a nut we have to put in the side here. And these are very much not held in very well. So we have to be really careful when tightening this. You clown hammer. Pushed in all the way. Nope, wasn't pushed in all the way. Another way to do that is just kind of go in here and pull it in. Do that on the other side here. Yeah, there we go. And since these are holding in pretty well, I'm just going to put them all in. Go. There. Okay. There we go. Now cut. Okay. This side. Yeah, those pretty much instantly turn, but I can kind of hold it and get it to grip, it looks like. There we go. So this guy goes in here now. And we can get in here and push this onto there. There we go. Okay, so that's that. I'm missing, oh, I'm gonna leave the little cover that goes in here off for a moment so I can see the thing. And apparently that's the way we're putting the belts. So we're putting the belts that way. Okay. Anything else? We put the next. Put a belt on that. And a bearing. Why isn't a bearing? Did it tell us to put a bearing there? it did. It did tell us to put a bearing there. There we go. Bearings there. Now we're gonna put the belt on with the text in the same direction. Hey, Karma Streams. This is going on here, so we need a bearing in here. Looks like from both sides. Notice those aren't actually lined up. That's not a lined up through hole. They are offset by a little bit. Sure, did I already cover this one? Yeah, I think I did. Okay, what else is on here? Looks like we have a couple of nuts to put in. A couple of them to put in there. Oh, those just wiggle in, so I'm not gonna put those in yet. Okay, so then it goes there. This is gonna go here. Let me examine this one. It's all fine, I think. I mean, we shall see. There, and there we go. Well, that does not seem. Oh, when that pulls up, it'll tighten up. What page are the guidlers again in the manual? Oh, I'm talking about box turtle stuff. Okay, that doesn't go on there yet. This guy goes on here. That slides into that bearing. And that goes like that. And then these are by 25s going through here into a nut sitting here. Okay. Oh, there we go. It did tighten. They are being very chill today. Okay, so that's that. I think we can tighten up these, which are 2 more 25s down the bottom here. There we go. Okay. Is that a thread into plastic? Yep. Okay. So that's there. This is all. Okay. So now this guy is going to go in, and we can see it from this window here. So I'm going to push the belt over. There we go. Should be able to get that. Oop. Push the belt over. There we go. It's locked into place. And then the other large. Let's see how this one fits. Yeah, that's Not any wiggle, but it just slides right on. So goes in there. Okay, so am I missing anything else on here? Yeah, I think the next part is this is going to go on here and lock that in place. So there's a pulley bearing that goes in here. So that goes there, and that's an M3 by 12. Oh, is this? No, I think that just... How does that go? And some various bits and pieces that kind of set in here. Little covers for things, so we can get to the belts and stuff. As soon as that goes there, this one is this guy. And that's probably an M3 by 8 up here. This was M3 by 8, yep. Hey, Ram Online. Welcome. Haven't seen you in a while. Need a bearing opposite that slightly offset hole. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, actually, it was there in the instructions. I gotta grab my box. Ran out of bearings out and about. There we go. More bearings. Let's go. Oh, it's back of this. Make sure it's pressed in all the way. There. Have to finish some 3D sets. Yeah, you do. Okay. So that's that one. Now, how does this other one go? Is there anything special about... No, that's a different... Okay, that's not yet. So... catching up on where I'm at. So that's there. The last thing is this one. That means that a belt goes on here. We're past this. And now we're on to this step here. So we need the motor. Okay, so let's prepare the motor. Is this the correct one? This is the, what motor? This is a 3536. Is that what this one uses? Nope, not that. Let's go all the way up. I want to make sure that I've got the right motor here. I have several of these motors around for various builds. I'm gonna make sure I didn't grab the wrong one. So let's go to the bomb. And the motor is a 3530. And I have a 3536 here. This is not the motor for this build. 3530, where did I put that? Ah, maybe it's this one. Yep, 3530. Both in the same box. 3530, 1400 kV. I thought it seemed a little large compared to the Sakura. But that's a 3530. And it is important that you'd have to remix the parts if you wanted to try to put anything bigger in here, if there's even space in the chassis for it. But I wanted to show you, here's the difference, 6 millimeters longer. Same diameter, 6 millimeters longer. And these are gonna be extra fast because they're turbos. This is the brand I've been getting. They seem to work fine, except I have to do the 3-bolt output shaft. But I figure having a turbo it outweighs the inconvenience of having to install them slightly different. Okay. Get back to where we were. Here we are. So now we're more powers and more problems. That's okay. Let's see what we have in here. We have used screws packed with your motor. Okay. Let's see what we have and see if we can do that. We've got, these are all really centered around airplane. Airplane stuff. But let's see what we have here. So shaft goes on that side. This is the driving side. This is the anchored side. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, that's right. These are just M3s going in here, so yep. So already printed out the 3 bolts. So this is the one I remixed. If anybody here wants this, I think I have it posted. It might even be pinned in the RC channel or the files channel. So look there. If it's not there, I can upload it. I don't mind sharing it privately, but I'm not gonna post it to printables. There are probably ones of these out there posted to printables, but okay, so that goes on there. So we're going to bolt that in place. Copper driver. Okay, let's loosen that one, make sure we can get to the other ones. There we go. Not rubbing anywhere. And then this piece goes on here. Creates our little spot, and that is a M3x12 going into the end. Yep, nice and straight. Everything's bolted in place. Okay. Now, this is going to go on here. There's a belt I need to put in there, I know. Don't know that that is... Is that all the way in? Yep, seems to be. Yep. Okay. I was just wondering if that was supposed to sit proud of that. There's a gap inside that made me question it, but I think there's also a ledge in there that it sets on. So I need to put in the belt, put it in the correct way. And this guy goes on here. Starting 3x16s. Everything's sitting there fine? Yeah. A couple of nuts that go on the side here. And I think 3x16. Bottom is an M3x12. Yeah. When you thread these in, if they don't immediately just thread into that nut, if you turn it backwards while pressing, you can usually hear where or feel where the threads start. Okay, that's all good. Go, and then the 12 going in the bottom. And this is just threading into plastic. That's making noise because it's rubbing on this pulley. It's not on here yet. Okay, this should pop, there we go, pop open so we can see this guy. So there is, let's see if I'm missing anything else from this page, because I think it's in 3x16s and 3x12. We've got the bearings in there. We've got that all in. We've got that in. Make sure the pulley 1 motor is assembled correctly. It should not wobble when mounted to the motor, and it does not. So then we have this back plate. It's very important to check proper motor's position. There must be 0.5 to 1 millimeter clearance between the pulley 1 motor rim and the box front. Okay, so right here, just making sure it doesn't rub there. And these are, what do we have here? We have M3x8s and M3x12s. M3x8s going into the motor, and M3x12s holding it all together. Okay. So now this guy, put this on here. It should line up that way. So with M3x8s. Well, that's weird. I apparently had some red filament somewhere that got on there. Oh well. There we go. Make sure. Okay. Just keep making sure nothing rubs as we're putting screws down into these motors. Just that until these are done. What's going on there? Something's not right. That's correct, but it's cross-threading for some reason. It's lined up. Ooh, that's not good. Let's try a different screw. There we go. There we go, got past it. This screw is causing the problem, so it's going trash, just in case. Cross-threading is nature's Loctite. So you can pretty much only do it once in aluminum. Cool. Okay, now I don't know what direction these should go. If I can get away with putting them underneath here, I will, so we're going to try that. Got the belt to push onto here. There we go. Looks like I can probably get away with it down there. So then in 3x12s going into the rest of this. How are we doing on time? 2.5 hours in already? I should go back and look at our Sakura build videos and see how this compares. Because I feel like this is taking longer than that did. And I don't feel like anything's really hung us up either. There is that same click. There's got to be something in there. I am using the same belts. So I don't know if there's maybe it's generic belt problems. Bolt Depot had everything I needed for the Torx except M3x14 cap head. Well, there's a new one. I don't think they've used that. Often when there's an odd something like that, I'll just order off Amazon. That tends to be the cheapest. You can get it off McMaster, but you're gonna pay for the shipping. Yeah, I can hear, we'll see once we actually drive it. It's moving smooth, but there's that clicking. I don't know where it comes from. That'll snap into place. That's in place. This is feeling good though. This is feeling good. Other than that little clicking. You got a box on Amazon? Yeah. Okay. Oh, and I didn't. Yeah, that spacing there is fine. It's not rubbing. It's not rubbing there. Right here. And it is probably about 1 millimeter. Yeah. Maybe a little less. Oh, we got to pull this apart. That, and then this cover goes into here. So one more cover to put in. It has little features on the side to help lock it in place. There we go. Very cool. You have the click. I took mine apart 3 times to find it, and it. Yeah, I did on the Sakura too. And I don't know if you heard me a minute ago. I've seen videos out there, and they have a click too. So I don't know what's causing it, but let's just call it authentic for a 70s muscle car. I don't know. I took it apart a few times on the Sakura, so that's why I'm not gonna worry about it all that much right here. Okay, all of these can go over here, and then this can, that can go in there. These can go over there. Now that, I gotta pull that little support out of there. Go. And then we pop this thing on here. I don't know if you can hear that through the. I don't know if you can hear that or not. Well, you got to catch a message here. Okay, and string chat. Did you grease it? I did. I did. I greased this. You can see the grease in there. Yep. You can hear it? Yeah. Yeah. It's very hard to find, and everything is clean. Everything's clear. I don't know what it is. Not gonna take a ton of time on it, because I already have. Okay. So that is complete. So now we're gonna put this in the car. So we have, what goes in here? Goes up from the top into this piece, it looks like. Is that how that goes? Yeah. Okay. So this is the motor mount. This guy goes here, and 3x8s up into there, and then gets held in with 2 M3x10s into the chassis. Where did you get your belts, Joey? I feel like I ordered these belts off of Amazon, and I've had, I mean, I have enough for 3 builds, I think, worth of these cars. I feel like I may try ordering some from like Pouch, since they have known quality belts, and see if that makes any difference. You bought the Reaper kit from West 3D? Okay. How was that? I bought the Landy kit because I wanted to see what their kits were like. I haven't looked at it in detail, so I couldn't tell you what I think. But I was placing an order for other things anyway, so I added it to the cart. Okay, so that's there. And then two M3x10s. We're gonna bolt this thing into the chassis. This is exciting, this part. Two of these. Got my heat set tool mocked up with some springs and seems promising. Awesome. Okay, so where does this go? Get in the right spot. Did I bolt that? Yeah, I had to have bolted that in the right spot. So let's go back here. Does this go up from the bottom? No, it goes, oh, it goes down into here. Okay, so yeah, I think it does kind of go up from the bottom. So this into, so there is a groove in the, there we are, a groove in the drive shaft. You can kind of see it there. There we are. And there is a groove in that. So I need to match those. There we go. This goes into a nicely set. And then, oop. Oh, and that's going into, it's going into some of those nuts. This is kind of fun. 3x10s, it says. You know what? Before I do that, just so I don't run into any issues with that, grab my reamer. Make sure that we've got a clear path here. We'll show it in 3x14. Doesn't include downrider. Doesn't include the downrider pack hardware, but overall good stuff. Yeah, if it's supposed to match, if it's a kit for both the Sakura and the Reaper, that makes sense. Oh, and you meant button head? That's what I got. That's what I got a whole pack of here. Those in 3x14s. Okay, let's try this again. Now that I've cleared those out. Get these out of the way. This comes up into here. There is the go. Oops. There. Like that. Hold this in place. There we go. It's a little fiddly. Yeah, that's very fiddly. Pretty sure I heard the CA glue in that nut pocket crack. There we go. Oh, it tightened. I haven't finished my kit yet, so I'm waiting to provide feedback. There we go. Interesting. It's only held in, the whole transmission's really only held to the chassis by 2 screws. Those 2 screws are holding that, all of that. Okay. Very cool though. Okay, body. Woohoo. Cab structure. We get to play with the custom filament parts. Our LDO screws, black zinc plated. I really like. They're nickel plated. They're nickel plated. And they've been asked by many people to provide a source or sell those. So, and I think they're working on it. That piece and that piece. Which means I'm just going to put over here. That piece. And the body, which I did not print in. I mean the floor, which I did not print in that to save filament. Didn't Jason hint they will be available soon? Yeah. That's an awesome red. Yeah, I'm really liking this. This is thanks to Bob Carnes here. It's a custom color that he had done at Proto-Pasta. And it's Blood of My Enemies red, but with a black glitter in it. Okay. So we need the tank cap I need too. I'll have to find it. My parts. We need the tank cap and windscreen glass. Oh, this is the plates. Okay, so that's fine. I've already removed all the supports, unless I missed anything. So we're gonna take this back part and find that tank cap. Did I print that in red or black? There it is. I printed it in red. So how does that go? M2 by 12. I'm done with my coffee, not quite. Put it over here, more cat-proof location. I haven't decided on a color yet. They have the side details for MMU. I can print those on the XL, definitely in black. Button head, socket head. There. This is 12s. Nope, that's 10. 12. Okay. Okay, we got this part that we're going to start with. We got this part, and we've got a M2 by 12. Wow, that hole for that isn't what I would have expected for an M2. But this goes all the way through, and I need to find a little cap, the tank cap. I think it's in here. Smaller parts I tended to throw in here. Is that it? Maybe. Yeah, that must be it. Okay. Gotta clean off a brim on this. Might not need a whole lot of cleanup. Break it off first. A little bit of scraping. Yeah. Now, interesting. that just slides right in there. That M2 is not going to. Okay, so this is wrong. This just slides right in. And this hole here is indicating that screws an M3 by 12. Just heads up, M3 by 12 goes there. All these parts, the M2 is just swimming in. So we are going to, yes. M2 is just swimming in there, so that's what's going on. So that. Let's throw that in there. And this is gonna go somehow. Kind of an interesting angle of things here. Also, considering this is threading everywhere, we've got to hold all of this in place, as well as the angle on this correctly. So what angle does that come in at? It's right like that, probably. Doop, 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 doop. Wow. So that's got to go right like that, I think. I'm just kind of holding this in place. I can't really get a good camera angle on it. So I want this to. It's just cosmetic, so. Okay, there we go. Bit more fiddly than I would have expected. It's also not quite lined up. I don't know how you would line that up properly. The body piece is lined up, but the cap is not lined up. Okay, so what I think I will do to make this a little easier is I'm going to remove this. I'm going to ream out the body color part here. Make sure I get try to get the angle on this right. There. There we go. Clean up any little bits here. Now, this will slide on there, and I can tighten everything down into the cap. Can't get a great make a rag to replace the cap with. Oh yeah, that's way better lined up. Not tight right now. is. Here we go. Get a ball head on here so I can. There we go. Now I can kind of twist everything into place, and that's way better. And when you're threading into multiple objects and expecting everything to line up, it doesn't always turn out great. I got some. A little bit of print artifact stuff there. Cleaning off. Just like, I don't know, retraction artifacts or something. Yeah. Oh, you're giving it a patina there, Joey? Simulated patina. Okay. It was a little loose. It's really hard to grip that hard enough to actually tighten it. There we go. I think that'll be good. Barn fresh. Okay, where are we at now? We have these M3x6s. Those M3x6s are, what did I do with? Do I have those? I think those need to be stainless for me because I don't have them. Maybe I do. Maybe I did buy some. 3x6. No, these are M3x8. So I think they need to be stainless because these are for the doors. And that's just what I have. So these are the door latches. And I only have M3x6s in stainless. Then they'll work well because they got a nice little smooth head on them. That just goes in there. Okay. That's that page. Then we have, what is this? What are we doing? Oh, this bolts to the floor. So we have the floor and this bolting in like that, it looks like, with M3x8s. Okay. So this comes on here. I'm gonna try that. Oh. Okay, and then the cowl piece, which was right here, does this windscreen, oh, okay, so there's two more pieces here, these pieces. These are all cleaned up already. 1 and 2, and this sets like this, and this goes like that. And then a couple of M3x6s, so apparently my M3x6 going in here. So apparently all my latches are going to be chrome. Or stainless. Simulated chrome. Okay, so that goes there. And then M3x10s. So that goes there, and an M3x10 straight through there. Are there any others? I think those are the only screws holding this in right now. Okay, and this one comes over here, meets up with that. Okay. Okay, so I think that, and then this is going to end up going on here somehow. Oh, I think it goes something. Okay. Is that all the fasteners? 2 of those. We have windscreen parts. And then that goes on there. How does that actually clip in? So we've got nuts that go into the bottom. So I have 4 M3 nuts on the bottom. And then 4 3M3 nuts, and then 4 M3x10s holding this all onto here. Aha! Okay. So this has a nice slot in it that this slides into here. There we go. And M3x10s. Through here. Okay. Over here. Okay. They still, I think they do still have an iron filled. Proto-Pasta has a iron filled that does rust. Yeah, Kilroy, this is a custom color from Proto-Pasta. Bob Carnes had it made and ended up giving me a roll at 3D Printopia, and I decided that it would be the perfect color for this build. Okay, and then these go in. So what I'm trying to figure out is we've got 2 more M3x10s, and they go in. Do I go through those or do I go through those? Probably through. It's not really clear. And so the question is that screw hole or that one? I think it's probably that one. So. I don't see any other way that would go, so it must be. Today is when we get a real idea of what this is going to look like. That's awesome. Where you at? There you go. Doctoral style dock would be great now. Yes, 100%. 100%. Some 3D representation that you could get to. Are you actually threading in? Oh, it is not. What in the world? There we go. It was pushing away right here. I think I got it now though. There we go. Okay, that is 30. Then we need to put these pieces on, which go on with some M3x8s going through there. Okay, so this guy is going to go in right here. This M3x8s. Nope, I got the wrong screw. That's why. Wrong screwdriver. Does 3D printed model train stuff. This is definitely a challenge when dealing with screwing into plastic parts like this. Challenge trying to figure out when, how many ugga-duggas equals ugga uh-oh. See, I had felt like that one was probably tight, but then I got this one and it actually stopped. So I went back and this did have several turns left before it stopped. There we go. Then we have some nuts to put in here. We have 4 nuts to set in here. I think I'm going to pull those in. These are 8 or 6. No palm, no full grip on the driver. Sometimes it needs more than that though. The friction on this plastic can be pretty significant. You just got to develop that feel for when it's actually tight. And you got to feel it all the way in. So when that changes, in here. Just setting these nuts in place. Young Undermaker, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay, those are all set. We're getting ready to put this on the frame. I think that's in the next step or two. Okay, anything missing from here? No. So now, Reaper Electronics. Oh no, now we're gonna install ESC and receiver and cables. Uh-oh. Oh, now we get to do this. Ooh, I don't know if I'm ready for this. This is always my least favorite part of these. So I purchased a couple of the 5-channel receivers because I only had 3 channels before, and we need 4 channels for this build. So we're going to use this guy. Just leave that stuff out. How do they expect? They want the receiver over here. Let's grab the ESC. Hobby Wing, quick run, 16 BL30. Ah, that's what that part is. Okay. So we're gonna have to do some wiring tweaks, but how does this, so they expect, let's see, wires from the ESC to the motor, use hole in the tunnel part. Seriously, that's an awfully small hole to send those, but okay. This is going to be a good part of this build. Is this the same? This is not the same speed control they have in the picture. This is not the same speed control they have in the picture. Why? Let's go back up here. Go here and the bomb. I am going to do an XT60 connector. Absolutely, Maurice. I'm just kind of feeling out how this is going to sit. So Hobby Wing 16 WP16 BL30. Yep. That is what I have. WP16 BL30. There is another model. So I'm knowing quite a bit about, or at least the options in the Hobby Wing lineup. You can get them with the XT60 directly from Ali. Oh, maybe. I've just been ordering these off Amazon. It's easy. So I have the correct speed control, but what had me wondering about it is if we go back to where we were in the build guide, this picture is different heatsink. I don't know which exact speed control that is. It looks a lot like one of their brushed ones, but it's different from what I have here. So I'm hoping I don't run into any real problems with this. We do have a I gotta find the switch mount. Looks like the 60 model. Well, I have, it might, I actually have the 60 model here. Without the fan, it might. Without the fan, it might. This one's unopened. This is actually, I bought potentially for the Max. Where's the switch mount? Let's see how this works. So this is the switch mount, and this should go, that should go in there. And I think I need to install this. So that needs to be installed first. What did that? Ah, there it is. In 3x6. Switch mount goes in there. Okay. Not for the Impreza. No, I haven't actually bought any electronics or anything for the Impreza. It doesn't mean that it won't go in the Impreza. I just saw that I bought the Max, the 4x4 van parts Black Friday a little over a year ago. I didn't buy anything this last Black Friday. Not from 3DSets anyway. So that goes in there. I bought the Max a bit ago. Let me get caught up. Oh, the Impreza, I don't know what it uses. I haven't actually looked for parts. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna need to put an XT60 on here. And I think I'm gonna be able to get away with not extending these wires. I think this can just go in here, and this will just stick here, and that's where I plug it in, because the little battery box is right here, I think. I hope. Because I don't really want to, I don't know if I can pop this and resolder these wires. And then we're gonna have to make extensions for the motor. Hey, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Wires from receiver to rear suspension servo. I feel like I want to see if, let's skip this little bits here. Let's see if I can get this on see what the next steps are, because I feel like figuring out these wire lengths are going to be far easier once it's on the thing, and it's should be relatively easy to take on and off. We got the roof. Let's see. Got the roof next, and then I cut all of these out, and it worked out awesome on my Cricut, whatever. I tried a new plastic. So last time I was using their recommended Tamiya clear PLA. This is the stuff, and you can kind of see. I know it's not. Oh, there we are. See how rough? All the cuts were really rough. I basically couldn't get through it all. I had to score it and then break it. This is from the Sakura. This is the sheet from that. I bought these what were referred to as clear PVC sheets from Amazon. They're same 0.4 millimeter, same thickness. They're a little more flexible, but they have protective coatings on both sides. And they cut out very clean, very clean. So did that the other night on the Cricut. Why don't we go ahead and do that? Let's see what this takes. We've got the cab and rear window and front. See where that takes us. What are we at? 3.5 hours. Okay, so we need some bezels. Let's see how this all goes. We've got roof, we've got rear window sill, rear window glass, and rear window frame. So I think I got most of that stuff down in here. We're gonna need front window frames at some point, so maybe I'll get those over here. Now these models come with these printed guides. You can trace them, and it is my wife's Cricut, but I've taken it over and she doesn't use it, so this is what it comes with. You print these out, they're a couple layers thick, trace them, and then cut it out with scissors. This is what we're looking for. These two pieces. Do we have more window stuff? If people didn't see on my Discord, I printed out the plate. Printed out the license plate. Okay. She used to use it a lot for various things, but it hasn't been used. It's like one of the first Cricuts. It's an Explorer, so very, very early one. But it's still supported and it still works. Okay. Oscar looks funny. We've got this, and how does this go? So this is the trim that goes in here first. I think that goes down in there and sets in there. Yep, that looks good. And then we need the window. Window. And then does the window go inside of this piece? Also bought my wife one and she never used it. It's in the box in the bedroom closet. I was just thinking of using it today. It's handy. I mean, it's a nice little tool to add to the arsenal, right? Okay, let's see if we can get an idea how these go. Does that just snap in? Okay, that's there. Window glass, rear window sill. Kind of zooming in, see if I can find any details here to how this goes in. So I think we'll just. Is this a perfect? Yeah. Okay. There's nothing. rectangular. It is not a good size. Just this, does this just kind of press in there? It cut a little large. And I don't know if that was my scaling, although I measured. It should be true. Here, let's find out. Let's see how true it is to the printed template. It is dead on. No, I couldn't say that. I couldn't say it's dead on. I'd say it's very, very close, but it's not dead on. I probably have a little bit of scaling issue. How can I fix that? How can I fix that? Yeah, that is a little bit bigger. And it's probably just from scaling. Okay. Oh, let's see. Which means I may run into something similar on the others, but I think we can fix it. Not gonna see these anyway. Just take a tiniest little bits. There we go. CO2 laser will cut the cricket in the windows all at once. I've been looking. This kind of got me thinking back at looking for a. I'm just trimming this. Looking for a CO2 laser. I had it in my mind that I wanted something big, and I realized there is no way I'm ever going to fit a bigger, like 100-watt laser in here. So I've kind of shifted my focus to something significantly smaller. Okay, let's see. Take a little gentle wipe on this. Okay, let's see if I did well enough there. Yep, let's it in there. And then I think this probably goes and snaps into place. It is. It's supposed to snap into place. Big CO2 laser is what you want your neighbor to have. Yes. This is so true. Let's try pulling just a little bit more out of that. This is sitting in there well. I'm going to take a little bit more off of this. Since there is a border in there, it can float a little bit. But I'm thinking something, they have, Omtech has a 12 by 20 laser that's benchtop size. Thinking something more like that. Today's testing Quad XY Trident. Okay, let's try this again. See you, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Okay, now that floats in there a little more. Let's see if this will go in a little easier. That doesn't like to. That definitely doesn't like to be in. It's like the scaling between the two pieces is a bit off. A little bit you can see through there. See, it's bowed in. See that? Oh, I thought you were leaving. You said zoom zoom, it's been fun. Your Quad XY Trident, you mean? I wonder if I've got this wrong. Maybe this goes in this way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's where the problem was. I had the chamfer the wrong way. So you can kind of see the chamfer. Make sure it's this way. Flat side towards the window. That did it. Cool. Oh, hey buddy. Okay, window. This piece goes on there with M2x8s. M2x8 socket heads. Interesting. M2x8 socket head, and that's all that holds that. Oh, where are those holes? Okay, so there should be holes through there, which means they're covered with bridges there. So let's uncover those. I can kind of see them. M2x8. Okay, M2x8. Oh, I'm not gonna do too much there then. I don't want to screw that up. Okay, M2x8s. Try maybe bits of cleanup on this part. This thing prints like this. So it's amazing some of the stuff they get away with. English language is getting me into trouble today. Oh no, everybody calls it AWD. Oh, we'll drive there. Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm protesting. I'm protesting the term. You're fine. I'm just making a thing of it. I'm just making a thing of it. Oh, there's a whole support thing that I forgot to pull out, I think. Let's double check. I think there is. Yeah, that comes out. And that comes out. Haha. I didn't pull any of the supports off of here. So those come off. There we go. Ay, 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 ay. That's... You are getting your claws snipped next time you're sleeping. You can go over there. It's not the same thing. There's no wheels. Why don't you go back to sleep? It's not the same thing. Okay, now that I got that off of there, this goes like this. Got a kitten here in November, so I can relate to your kitten issues. Yes. Yes. Little mister doesn't like his claws trimmed. Like, hates it. But has the sharpest claws ever. Felix has no problems with the claws being trimmed. So... that's easy to deal with. I can... oh, that's funny. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Can you hear that beeping? Let's see what the temperature got up to. Yeah, door's open. Got me. That beeping was the poly dryer that I had set inside of the, I had set it inside of the Prusa enclosure to help heat the chamber. So I had set it to 6 hours, just, that was the default. I just turned it on, basically. And go. I am going to have little bits of my clothes all over the place because you keep snagging them with your paws. Anyway, the poly dryer helped heat it up this morning, and seriously, you need to stop. There. Cool. I'm gonna give them some treats. Treats time. Treats. You want a treat? Come on. Come on down. Seriously? Whatever. Okay. So we did that. we are on the front windshield. So there is another frame piece. Is it in here? Yes. Then thin piece. And then 2 windshields and then 2 lock-in pieces. Thin piece here that I guess is going to go in here. This will be fun. Start from the bottom. There we go. There we go. That sets in there. And then I have 2 windshield pieces. Sorry, buddies. Hopefully I don't have the same scaling issue on these. Looks like a mask. Yeah, it does. Almost. Nope. My head's too big. It's a little off. Okay. Clear window. Huh? Okay, those must go on. Windscreen glass. That, then that. Oh. What? Does this go? Oh, I guess it goes in from the inside, but it worked easier from the outside. Okay. Let's see. Go in like that. Just a hair on there. This one. That. Meet in the middle. And then we've got these pieces. Those are shaped in a certain way, so figuring these have got to go in here. Yeah. Okay, that went in. It seems like that's wrong. It seems like that gap there is wrong. But there was only one way for that to go in, so. I guess that's right. We go in top first. This one's going to be hard. I should say harder, not necessarily hard, because it's going in okay. Until I said something. What is that? There we go. Snap. That is going to be basically impossible to do without scratching those windows to some degree. Okay, I think that's about as, I mean, everything's settled in. I think that's correct. Cool. Wipers. I'm going to save the wipers. Wipers are delicate. If I snag those, then they break and they're accessible from the outside. I'm going to save them. So now we've got, this can go onto the whole thing. I feel like I've got enough room here to work on this, so I'm going to keep going with this. I think I can get in there and do what I need to on the inside. Let's go ahead and mouse. These are in 3x8s. There's 4 of them. They go in the various spots. How does that? Oh boy. Okay. So this goes in here. I've got a little bit I want to clean up right there because that has to fit. And that is a built-in support, and it looks like some remaining bit from one. There we go. Yep. Little bits of what was a support right there. Looks like that would be better in nylon or PET G. Allow for some flex, maybe even TPU if you had hit yourself. They slip, they scratch the glass. No kidding. Okay, so now yes. So I'm supposed to get a screwdriver in right there with an M3x8. I'm supposed to get it right there with an M3x8. This is the longer 3x8. There we go. Yep, that's my pants, Charlie. Oh, why did I say Charlie? I meant Oscar. Believe it or not, that's like the first time I've done that in like 2 months. Okay, one more. And the cab is together. Well, sort of. Ah, that's better. Very cool. Very cool. Very, very cool. Okay. I know I'm skipping, I know I am skipping electronics. I will do electronics next one, even if it means pulling a few things apart. Let's see where we're at. Oh, let's put these in because they're cool. Dashboard. So does anybody know what this dashboard is modeled after? So I found, doing a search, I found, and let me see if I can, did I post it in RC chat in my server? Let me see. I have a picture here I want to show. Give me a moment. Find where I posted it. Here we are. I found a picture doing a Google image search. Here it is. So open in browser. You are right on my keyboard. Okay. I found this, which is spot on. Which is spot on, but I have no idea what it is still. And I tried looking. I mean, look at that. This is obviously where they got inspiration for this. Because I was looking for what color should I do these gauges in. And I still have no idea. That's the only picture I've been able to find of the dash that they used. So what we have here now is a dash, and I used the MMU to make all my dials. And I think they turned out really good. I used a 0.25 nozzle. 40's Power Wagon. Maybe. So we're going to put speedometer here. So we're going to put, that should just snap in. Speedometer there. Make sure, where did, okay. And then gauges right below. How did this print? Yeah. Gauges right below. There we go. They are tight, but that's a good thing. And then clock. So we're going to do smiley clock rather than brownie clock. Smiley clock. And then just the blank, which is like a bin, like a little compartment, it looks like, potentially. There. But I mean, there's no doubt that that's the inspiration. I just don't know what. This is actually wine red. This is wine red from Polymaker. Done on the MMU3. Yep. Where is, oh, it's different bin. Wine red, and here's another little bigger because I'm doing this thing. So yeah, it's a very vibrant red. It's quite a bit brighter than the fire engine red I did for the valve covers. What's a MMU3? MMU3 is Prusa's multi-material, filament management system, for primarily used for printing in multiple colors. Oh, this red is Blood of My Enemies from Proto-Pasta, but with a black glitter. This red is Blood of My Enemies from Proto-Pasta, but with a black glitter. It's a custom batch done by Bob Carnes. And he gave me a roll at 3D Printopia. I was about to order the wine red. It's a good red. It's a good red. Let's do this because I'm gonna do a few. You are getting your claws so trimmed. So trimmed. He keeps snagging little threads. And I'm sure when I go and look, I'm gonna have little hangies of. Here. There. Now what are you gonna do? Now what are you gonna do? Let's watch what he does. Now what are you gonna do? Okay, what do we have here? M3 by 8, and that holds that in place. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's gonna jump on my back. That would be awful. You notice I'm doing everything but electronics right now. But I do want to make some good progress on this. Okay, so that, I think we get to do the steering wheel, which I've been excited about. Steering wheel. So this is another MMU3 thing. So I printed this in, this is Polyterra, well, matte PLA brown now, with, I think that's Prusament silver, and then Soul Black glitter from Jesse. Now I'm hoping, I have not tried it because I wanted to do it on stream. I'm hoping the supports on this. This is how it prints. I'm hoping the supports come off okay. And that's a M2 by 8 that holds that on there. So let's just peel that. That came off okay. extra careful with this. Where are my snippers? There we go. There we go. Awesome. Very cool. M2 by 8. Yeah, I know, but you let me trim your claws and I'll let you pat on my back all you want. Do you hear him? M2 by 8. Yeah, this was an MMU print. There's no other way to do that. Whether either a filament changer or a tool changer is needed. I think that turned out nice. And then an M3 by 16. Or M2 by 16, I mean. Maybe this one? Yeah. M2 by 16 in a little tiny, little itty bitty, there they are. These guys, which we had fun with, because this goes in here, but it can be really tight. So, I want to get a little, oh, you little turd. Yes, you have to get attention somehow. Okay, so we're gonna look for something that has a friction fit that I can drill this out with. Something around, now that might work. Let's try this, first try. Drill this out to something close to 2 millimeters. And then, oh, that was too close to 2 millimeters, unfortunately. So we are going to, that was 1.97 millimeters, which I should have known was going to be too close. Where's my glue? We're going to glue it. Where did my glue go, Felix? I'm sure you knocked it down somewhere. I'm actually really thinking that's what happened. Glue. (1952) Dodge truck. Okay. Behind the desk, yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm sorry, Felix. It wasn't your fault. It was my fault. Okay, so I drilled that out too much. This ends up being the little turn signal or shifter stock. So it's cosmetic. Just gonna put a little drop there, and that will be good enough. It is almost impossible to thread those on, as we found when we were building the Sakura. Oscar so wants to dig his claws into my clothes. Uh-huh. I don't want that to stick out too much. That's probably good right there. Cool. Okay, what is next? Seats. Ooh, so what color seats should we do? It's not about the cat scratch tower. He wants attention, and he doesn't realize that his claws are annoying. Okay, what color seat do we want in this thing? Either silver or black. Let's see if this helps. So this would be basically in here. This, kind of getting an idea. Something like that, or something like that. Looks like we're pretty unanimous. Okay, we'll go silver. I got an interesting setup for supports on this one because it printed like this. And that is hollow. This thing is hollow. Okay. Oh, very nice. Thank you. Thanks, Don't Knock It. I was searching all over. I even tried searching for Dodge, but you know what? I searched for 40s Dodge Dash instead of 50s. I didn't think it would have reached into the 50s. Have a tow hitch on it. Is it the right size for the Skippy? It does not. I actually was wondering that because I have the model for the Skippy, and I've printed out some of it. So what are these? M3x10s. Wow. 3x10. Oh, all the way through. All the way through. Okay. So this is the floorboard thing. This goes in here. So maybe a little smoother. This is what I'm printing the boat in, which is Electric Lemonade Yellow from Proto-Pasta. So you're seeing a lot of, right now you're seeing a lot of Proto-Pasta stuff because I won 2 of the $250 gift cards, or I won the bidding on 2 $250 gift cards at Smurf. So it's basically, they have colors that I'm looking for, and that's where I've been sourcing some of them. That's interesting. The way this sits just doesn't seem right. Seems like it's very, very lean forward. It just feels like it's leaning forward. Feels like it should have a second screw. Oh well. Where'd the other chair go? There it is. We're gonna probably just a little bit longer today. Yeah. I gotta get ready for box turtle tomorrow. I got some custom things I want to play with and see if it will work. Nothing like saving custom things to try until the last minute, right? That's what we all do, right? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that one can't move back as far. Got the this is the route for the battery wire. So see, they're not going to be nearly the same. That's okay. The car doesn't usually have the seats in the same position anyway. Yeah, I definitely want to get up there and see Alex and folks at some point. Like, this is very, very odd. I might want to play, I'll probably play with that in between streams. Doesn't really sit very well. See, that one's sitting pretty flat, that one's not. I think part of that is the extreme overhang that they print this at. So I'll play with that later. And driver needs to be more comfortable, yep. Dash and floor mats. So this is where I'm gonna hold off, because I don't want to get in the way of the electronics too much. And we're at the point here where I think we are, and we're gonna have some extra disassembly if we keep going with that. So, but this is pretty good progress, I think. We should be able to set that in there. That's a little more idea of what that'll look like. And that's the battery. Battery and servo comes out over here. And then all of this turned really nice. I'm very pleased with that. All of this sets on top of here. So this is going to go. There we go. There. That's going right like that. Getting there, getting there. That gives you an idea. I'm liking the colors. Really liking the colors. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably 2 more streams. So I will be probably keeping the same cadence every other weekend. We won't do this coming weekend, but probably the next. That would be not the 8th, but the 15th, and then probably March 1st. And that might finish it off. Then we'll probably do another, well, I may not be around for another stream in March. We'll see. Come on, Deanna, you know you want to. So, anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you. That's bulging there. I need to figure out what's going on. The window frame there. So, thank you for being here. We are on the Box Turtle tomorrow, so hope to see you there. And like I said, probably 2 weeks from now, we'll pick up again on this, and I'll have some prep work done on the wiring, get a little better idea of what I want to do and what lengths I'm going to need. So, got a neat little access point here. Be able to hit the switch right here. So, with that, have a good rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again. Enjoy the build. Take care, everyone.